What's good, the peoples? How's everybody doing tonight? Yes, I have water. I have chat windows open. Alright, I'm pretty sure I didn't save my game last night after I used that item we spent 20 hours digging up. Let's just make sure I still have it. Yeah, there it is. So, this took a good 20 hours of Angelo searching to dig up. We used it, and it summons a Moomba that dealt about 7,000 damage. So that's an option. That's a thing you have in this game if you really want. I didn't realize I could make stat up items. Like, you need a lot of resources for those, though. Those are... to get the same benefit as you would from the Devour command, that's... probably not ever worth it. Let's do med level up. Since we're just getting free potions and stuff anyway, we might as well do this. We must be getting mega potions too, actually. And mega phoenixes. We must be picking up a lot of those with Angelo's search. My goodness. Not remedy pluses, though. Okay. So just a status update here. There are 9 items that we need to get. We have 1 here. The friendship. We have 1 of these. We need 3 more of these. So that's 2 out of 9. And then we need 4 ribbons, which we haven't seen once yet. Alright. Let's get to it. So I'm pretty sure we have to damage this Turtopod to make him go into his shell. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. And then you need to confuse it. That's it. It's set up. Now we put Mega Man X3 on screen there. And that's that. Let's go ahead and shrink that down. Probably didn't need to shrunk down that terribly much, though. Still want you guys to be able to read what Angelo is picking up. Let's go on to WarMech. What are we at, level 34? 34, working our way through 35. And our gold is halfway there. First fight's Anklos, second fight is vampires. Unless I get 2 encounters in the desert. You heard? I doubt it's possible to get up to the last floor of the floating fortress without running into 6 encounters. We should probably burn these guys. Ziza is leading the pack in terms of experience points. I suspect Corey will be our last Light Warrior to level 50, because I think Corey dies the most often. One of the subreddits that I read a bunch of different video game subreddits. I like to dip my toes into the little fandom. You don't ever want to participate in a video game fandom. That way lies madness. But they're okay to look at, like you're going to the zoo, like as an exhibit. Because they have a lot of what video game fandoms are good at is they put out a lot of cool looking fan art or like crafts projects. And occasionally you'll like read good discussions and things. But the Final Fantasy subreddit is one that I end up checking like usually once a day at least. Because it's really active. Because this game series is so old and it's still in active development, and it has both, like, the Final Fantasy series is always in a state of having just released a landmark title within the past year or so, and having a landmark title coming out in the next year or so. Like, that's always true with Final Fantasy, where it's not always true with, like, Legend of Zelda or Castlevania. Those are the only other 2 video game series I can think of. So the Final Fantasy subreddit usually has a lot of good stuff on it, just to browse through it. I was wondering, though, because some of the discussions I read on that subreddit are actually pretty good. They're like thought-provoking discussions between fans about different games. But some of the discussions I read on that subreddit are, let's be charitable and say, not worthwhile when people get really, really into their fandom. And I have a personal policy not to post on Reddit, so I don't descend into that madness myself. I have a Reddit account, but I don't typically log into it. The only time I've ever posted on Reddit ever was to go to the Final Fantasy XI subreddit and ask for help there, and they basically ignored me. Well, the nice ones ignored me. I had some people berate me for even daring to ask for assistance in Final Fantasy XI. But I was wondering, considering how many like fan projects go on there and how many, there's always threads there of people like, I just played Final Fantasy something or other, it's my first ever game, and like, what's the next game to get into? I was wondering, like, if I post this series to the subreddit and my progress so far and link the page that I have, like, what kind of thought-provoking discussion, if any, I could get going. Because one of the things that I'm having difficulty with in this project is I don't know a lot of the Final Fantasy games well enough to really be an authority on what a perfect save looks like. Final Fantasy 1, I'm okay. Like, I'm an expert at this game. Final Fantasy 4 and 6, I'm in the ballpark. I know those games really well. Final Fantasy 10, not so much, as we've seen. There's more about that game I don't know than I do know, and I'm having to rely a lot on independent research into that game and listening to people who have played a lot more than I have. I wonder what kind of discussion I could get if I went on that subreddit and asked them to help me refine the ideas of what a perfect save in each game look like. especially Final Fantasy X. I will say that right now on the subreddit, like within the past 2 days, there have been 2 separate posts complaining about Chocobo Catcher. So fandoms can be very toxic, and sometimes the discussion on the Final Fantasy subreddit does get a little, let's say, uncivil. But I don't know that I've outright seen, like, hostility towards other fans for just posting stuff to the subreddit. Like, I doubt I would actually get a lot of, wow, you have no life kind of posts. Because first of all, I do have a life. Like, this is my job. Playing Final Fantasy on the internet is actually how I get paid. So, I have every... Well, the answer to the question is no, I don't have a life because of COVID. Nobody has a life right now. It's monstrous out there. But I really do not think I would get a lot of posts to that effect. I think I understand why some people feel Final Fantasy X is profound. I don't agree with those people. I think it has some very poignant moments in it. And I think the setting as a whole, if you take into account the sequel of the game, you could find some profundity there. But, like, yeah, I wouldn't want to get bogged down into a discussion about which Final Fantasy game is the best. That's not what I'm here to determine. Like, I already know what my opinion is on the subject. I don't really care what anybody else's opinion is on the subject, so... Not WarMechs, plural. We're just going to fight one WarMech. It's going to be in the 21st encounter we fight, because one of the encounters we fought is the Blue Dragon on the way here, but he doesn't count against the encounter list. So, because we're ass deep in just blitzball grinding right now, and Angelo searching, we are looking for a WarMech every night to just slowly climb that ladder up to level 50. I think by the time we complete Final Fantasy I, when we reach level 50 with the characters, would be a good time to start in on the PSP version of Final Fantasy I. Would be good. A lot of parts of Reddit are still very nice. There's a lot of subreddits I go that are just very positive, very upbeat, just nice to be just nice to read. They get good stories and things, good pictures. The problem with Reddit is you can't think of it like a website. You have to think of it like a medium. Like, there are good and bad aspects to it because there are good and bad aspects to any content delivery medium. A subreddit is only going to be as nice and pleasant as the community that uses it. Which is why, even though the Final Fantasy subreddit, it does get bogged down a lot in people just getting into bickering about which this game is better than that game. No, that game is better than this game. Now, how can you possibly say that game is better than this? There's a lot of that, but there's not a lot of just open toxicity on there, which I appreciate in a subreddit. Unless, like, it's one of the subreddits that I read that are supposed to be toxic. I also read some subreddits that are, like, by design, openly hostile because I find them amusing. Like, some of the subreddits I read, I can't even tell you about because they have the F word in the title. Not the F word. But I've even been to some of the larger communities that are pretty good. One of the subreddits I read, and community might even be the wrong word, because once a community on the internet gets big enough, it's essentially just a platform unto itself. Like, I adore the Animals Being Derps subreddit. It's so funny. It's just animal pictures and doggos being cute. And I scroll past the cats. I don't care about the cats, but it's hard to really say it's a community because it's obviously people just posting pictures of their dogs, but it's, you can't argue with it. It's such a good, positive thing to have in life. You go to the animals being derp subreddit, there's a dog that's like, boo, and it's like, all right, that animal's great. I'm glad I came here. My day's much better now. I love Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, and I am going to be playing it as part of this series. Alright, WarMech did not kill Corey in the first round. Good on you, buddy. I think this is probably the best opening salvo. I think Noah can consistently do more damage with Fade than he can with the Mazmune. And if I don't have to heal the first round, I think this is the best opening salvo I can do. Down to 700. Down to like 550. Down to like 250. The fast had come out first. So in this situation, I'm going to do everything I can to keep Corey alive here. So we have 2 chances to heal Corey before the nuclear comes out. Okay. So now Corey will survive. Nice. That was a weak nuclear too. That was not the big boy nuclear. Nobody leveled up from that WarMech. So we are 2 WarMechs away from a level up. Corey will go up next WarMech. Actually, Corey will probably level up before we get to the next WarMech. Noah needs 3 WarMechs to level up. And Zoc needs 3. Yesterday, this dinosaur ran away from me. Let's see if he does that again today. WarMech is the monster that gives the most experience points when you kill it. It's 32,000 experience, split 4 ways, so each Light Warrior, assuming everybody survives, gets 8,000 experience points. That's more than any other monster in the game. But you can't really grind levels using WarMechs very efficiently. The only reason we're doing it this way is to have a reason to boot up Final Fantasy I a little bit each night, rather than just booting it up and playing it for hours and hours and grinding, I don't know, red dragons or something. Or maybe the eye. Yeah, I think I would do eye grinding with this team. That'd be the best. Alright, there's Final Fantasy I for tonight. Now. See, I don't know. I've been thinking, like, should I go on, is that what subreddit's for? To go on there and see what the peoples think? I do think I would get a lot of comments to the effect of, oh, to get 100% in such and such game, you actually have to do all this stuff. Like, I'd have to explain in my thesis, like, I'm not stat maxing in most games. I think what I am going to do, though, is go back and do this save scumming from the airship. Just in case your position in the game world, for whatever reason, alters what blitzball prizes appear. I'm betting that most of the people that put together like the resources we're using were playing blitzball from the airship. I just think that's a safe assumption to make. Do I want to go right back to the blitzball grinding? So I also want to do lightning bolts tonight. So we have her crests. And I know that we have her weapon. Yeah, there it is, Onion Knight. I don't think going and doing lightning bolts will interfere with the blitzball menu, but I don't want to do lightning bolts, then forget what we were doing in blitzball, because I'll end up having to play a tournament that's useless. So I do think it's better that we get right back to this. Oh, yeah, I didn't put it on screen. Sorry about that. Oh, I should probably also capture the correct window. Hold on a second. I have to... My bad. There you go. Sorry about that. So what we're looking for is Anti-Venom 2. Is it Anti-Venom 2? Let's double check. Anti-Venom 2 we need to show up as a prize in the tournament. It should show up as a second place prize in the tournament. Antidote is almost what we're looking for. Herp derp. I wonder why it randomly rolls from a set of prizes and doesn't let you just pick the prize you want. That's the second antidote in a row. I hope we don't get those same results again. I hope I didn't accidentally save my game in a position where those tournaments prizes are locked in. I'm kind of glad we don't get a brand new Final Fantasy title every year. I mean, first of all, we do, depending on your definition of Final Fantasy title. Because, like, yeah, we're not getting a numbered entry every year, but you gotta remember, back in 2000, those were, like, the only entries of the series that existed. There were not nearly as many spin-offs and remakes and, like, celebration games and stuff as there are now. Okay, so we are still getting different prizes. That's good to know. But like releasing Final Fantasy like 7, 8, 9, 10 in back-to-back years, it took me a lot of years after all those games came out to like really properly digest them. Like especially Final Fantasy 8. Like I didn't go back to replay Final Fantasy 8 until probably 2004, 2005. Just because there was always other games to play, and why play Final Fantasy VIII when Final Fantasy IX is out, you know? Whereas previously, like... we had a few years where Final Fantasy IV was out before we had a chance to play Final Fantasy VI because we skipped a game in North America for whatever reason. So Final Fantasy IV was like the only Final Fantasy game that's out, so I played it a lot. I had a chance to digest it for a couple of years. I think that's probably accurate. 7 and 9. That's actually a very good way to put it. They're more easy to appreciate. They definitely are. It's not to say that 8 is the better game, because obviously that's subjective, but I think you can say that it's the hardest one to appreciate. Any work of fiction especially, but any like piece of media that you have to put in work to enjoy is going to be enjoyed less upfront on average than a piece of media that does not require any kind of work. And I think Final Fantasy VIII requires more work on the player to get to its to really appreciate it than 7 and 9 do. That's not an indictment of 7 or 9 in the slightest. I think there's a lot to be said for a piece of fiction that doesn't require a lot of buy-in, that doesn't require a lot of work. I would not want every single game I play or movie I watch to require that of me. But it does mean that this many, 20 years on, this many playthroughs departed from my first playthrough of those games, I have grown to appreciate Final Fantasy VIII so much more. Whereas 9, I have a fondness for it, but like the idea of replaying Final Fantasy IX at any given point in my life is just like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I enjoy thinking about it. I enjoy having it in my memory. Just that nice fairy tale adventure with the fun colors and the goofy characters. Like, it's nice to look back on and be nostalgic about. I think that's Final Fantasy IX's greatest quality. They kind of designed it that way too, I feel like. They designed it to be very mechanically simple, and they purposely made the whole game with this dreamlike, very easy to digest appearance. And then they filled it with all the train spotting stuff. They're like, it's like the member berries of Final Fantasy. Like, yeah, you remember this? Remember Sid and Chocobos? Remember when white mages wore the white hood and black mages had the pointy hat? Remember? That's Final Fantasy IX. Again, I'm not slagging the game off. I think there's a lot of really good value in having fiction like that. That's just easy to swallow, goes down smooth, makes you feel good, and is nice to have back there in your memory. But I also like fiction and gameplay mechanics as well that are more challenging, more engaging. Final Fantasy VIII, like, the gameplay isn't challenging. The game's not hard, but it takes a lot of work to really explore the boundaries of how badly you can whip it, which is the fun of the game for me. Venom Shot 3, good morning. Cause yeah, I'm trying not to say that Final Fantasy IX, that my appreciation of it has gone downhill, because it hasn't. I enjoy the game as much now as I did when I first played it. It's just now, with the benefit of 20 years of hindsight, that 20 years which has been filled up with more modern Final Fantasy games and remakes of classic ones and replays of all the games in the series, like, 9 has a kind of solidified point in the series meta for me, and that point is, it's just a nice nostalgic thing to look back on. I enjoy having the memories of it more than I actually enjoy sitting down and playing through it. That being said, our upcoming playthrough of Final Fantasy IX will not be a fun, nostalgic, lighthearted romp, because we're going to have to go for Excalibur 2. It's going to be really stressful and nail-biting, because we have to go through every scene as fast as possible with the fast forward turned on and not miss anything. We got to get all the treasures, we got to get all the missable cards, we got to get all the everything in the game before we get to Memoria, and it's not going to be until we get the Excalibur 2 that we'll be able to exhale. So I'm betting that it's going to be a really nail-biting playthrough, just because there's always that chance, like, we're going to get there at 12 minutes and, or like 12 hours and 4 minutes or whatever. Oh, I absolutely understand why Final Fantasy IX is a lot of people's favorites, and it's because it's exactly what I just said. Not everybody wants to work at enjoying something, you know what I mean? Final Fantasy IX is such a surface-level experience. It has a lot of depth to it. There's a lot there to appreciate it. When you dig into Final Fantasy IX, it's not lacking in substance, but the surface of it is so smooth, and it's delicious, and it's colorful. And that's the stuff that that's the stuff that hangs in people's memories. That's what Final Fantasy IX is really good at, that Final Fantasy VIII really wasn't. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I want to do this. I almost feel the same way about Final Fantasy VI. Like, I enjoy, like, thinking about the memories I have of that game more than I enjoy sitting down playing through it. But with 6, I think it was burnout. I've just played 6 so many times in my life that it might just literally be burnout. Like, I'm going to enjoy playing 6 for this channel, don't get me wrong. I'm going to have fun playing through it, but it's not going to excite me the way that these other games have so far. Oh, it takes more than 100 hours, Chronomojo. It takes literal years to roll the clock over in Final Fantasy IX. I think it's like 2 years and a bit of letting the game clock run. Because the clock, I think, has to go... Let's look it up, actually. Let's find out exactly. FF9 clock rollover. Here we go. Here's a forum thread. The timer displayed in the menu does change color every 100 hours about 8 times. Then it stops counting at a green 99 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. So 801 hours of game time. But the reset that makes Excalibur 2 reappear is not related to this behavior. Because from that point, the game actually keeps counting your time, it just doesn't display it. To actually get Excalibur 2 to reappear, you have to cause the timer to actually overflow in the game's counter. So you have to wait for... It's a 32-bit overflow, so 4.2 billion frames at 60 frames per second takes 19,884 hours of game time. Then the clock goes to 00 and you can get Excalibur 2 again. So that's... It would take less time to just... Well, let's do the math on this. Let's say that a playthrough for Excalibur 2, for my purposes, is going to take 20 hours. Figuring that we'll be resetting stuff as we go. So let's say it takes 20 hours of work to get to Memoria where Excalibur 2 is. Keeping in mind we're going to be doing research, we're going to be working on notes, we might be replaying segments. So, the refresh, the rollover is 19,884 hours divided by 20. I would have to screw it up 994 times before it would have been faster to just let it roll over. Guys, I'm not going to screw it up 994 times. Listen, I know I'm bad. I know I'm terrible at these games. I suck ass. Took me friggin' 2 nights to get the Chocobo Catcher, and everybody else did it on their first try, right? I botched that Final Fantasy VIII garden fight like 3 times in a row, right? But I'm not going to screw it up 994 times. I'm just not. So. The actual question of what is the best Final Fantasy game, I don't think is a meaningful question. Because if you are knowledgeable enough about Final Fantasy as a series, like if you've played all the games, or even if you've just played some number of the games, one of the things you'll understand is that the games are so different from one another that you reach a point where you're trying to compare things that are not similar. You know what I mean? Like, the question of, is Final Fantasy I a better video game than Final Fantasy XII, even as a subjective question, doesn't make a lot of sense, because the two games are doing very different things. The context is very different when they were released, like the historical context of it. They take different amounts of time to play. Just comparing the two games doesn't really make sense. Like, what's the better video game? Like Super Mario Brothers or like The Legend of Zelda? Which one's better? Like, yeah, you can have somebody being like, oh, Zelda's way better. But in truth, it's not a meaningful comparison, really. What metric do we use to decide what... Like, even if you were to try to define your metric... Like, The Legend of Zelda is better because it has more enemies. Well, sure, but Mario Brothers has more different situations in which you're fighting the enemies. So yeah, I don't think it's a very meaningful question. So either I either don't have a favorite, or what my favorite is on a particular day. Like, if you decide to, like, let's define favorite as what Final Fantasy game do you most want to play right now. The answer to that's gonna change based on a day-to-day basis for me. It will almost never be Final Fantasy X. I'm gonna level with you guys. The answer to that question is never Final Fantasy II or Final Fantasy X, but I'm more interested in why, like the next question, why is that your favorite? Like, what qualities does this Final Fantasy game possess that cause you to value it over some other Final Fantasy game? That's the interesting question to my mind, because then you really can make comparisons between even very disparate games. Like, if you ask me, hey, Brickard, which game do you like better, Super Mario Brothers or Legend of Zelda? And I tell you one or the other, and then you go, thanks, bye. Like, we haven't really learned anything or discussed anything. But if we start talking about what qualities one game possesses that the other doesn't, then that's like an intellectually sating conversation that you could have. No, Final Fantasy XI is still live, and I don't think they have any plans on shutting it down. I don't think they will. I think as long as they have an MMO division, so at least as long as they support Final Fantasy XIV, 11 will be running. I bet it costs them next to nothing to keep Final Fantasy XI running. When you take into account how expensive it is to play that game, like, they still charge a monthly fee to play Final Fantasy XI. Like, the player base they could probably run that game at a profit all the way down to like 100 active players. Easily. That game would have to vanish from existence before it's no longer profitable to run it. And I highly suspect Final Fantasy XVII will be announced as an online game as well. No, 11 is still running. Unless there's some very recent news on that front that I have not heard. 11 is still up and running. No, 11 is not free to play. You have to sign up with... They usually have like free month deal kind of stuff, which is why I played it last year. You have to buy the game and then it's a monthly subscription. And then it's like a plus $1 for each extra character you want to play. Oh, anti-drain too. That's not what we're looking for. No, Alan, not at all. Final Fantasy XI has... Not only did it not go offline after Final Fantasy XIV launched, it's received content since Final Fantasy XIV launched. I think they announced that the last... What year was Rhapsodies of Vana'diel? Let's see... So Rhapsodies of Vana'diel, which was like their last... They said this was going to be like the last like big story push. Like it's the last one they're going to develop like new story content for. So like cutscene development, like writing dialogue and stuff for NPCs. I imagine that's what it entails. That was 2015. They released that. So old now, but relatively recent. But yeah, I suspect that 17 is also going to be an MMO. Although I'm basing that on like they released 11, then they did 2 games, and they released 14, and then they've released 2 games. By the time they reach 17, it will have been 2 mainline numbered Final Fantasy titles since the previous MMO. That being said, Final Fantasy XIV is a lot stronger now than Final Fantasy XI was when 14 came out. So maybe they'll just, whatever MMO development they have on deck for, or they would have had on deck for some new title, they're just going to plan to roll it into 14. Who knows? I played 14 in the beta. They didn't open beta. That's when I played it. And the game sucked. And that was before they're like, oh, this game sucked. We need to completely remake it and then release A Realm Reborn. So the game that I played and the game that exists now are not the same game remotely. That said, I have no interest in playing an MMO. I don't dislike MMOs. I really actually enjoy playing them a lot when I'm into them. And if it's a good game, which 11 is not, unfortunately. But even casually playing an MMORPG is an enormous time expenditure. And, like, you don't ever get to explore in an MMO. You know what I mean? Like, here's... We played Diablo 3. Love Diablo 3, by the way. Big fan. Played Diablo 3. I played offline. I played the campaign and stuff and did some difficulty. They revamped the game a lot. They changed how the game worked. So after a few years of not playing it, I went back to it. So me and some people on my Discord were like, oh, we'll play Diablo 3 together. So a couple of people I know bought the game. They were playing it for the first time. And I'm playing it for like the 3rd time, but the first time in many, many years. And what happens is you have people who know everything about the game and are teaching you how to play it because that's the kind of game it is. Like, oh, here, just we're going to go do this content real quick. We'll just get it over with real quick. And then let us know when you've watched the cutscene. Like, oh, we're going to fight this boss. To fight this boss, you need to make sure to avoid the green bubbles. Like, that kind of stuff. That's the MMO experience, is you're always, always, always playing with somebody who's ahead of you and then needs to hold your hand through it. Because if you don't allow them to do that, then you can't really play with them. They're going to be bored because they're just like, well, this is this content that I did years ago, and this new guy is just taking his time. Like, he wants to walk down every single hallway in this Diablo dungeon and break all the stuff because there's like 8 gold in each one. Like, we're just waiting on him. And even if you don't do any of that, even if you don't let people tutorialize it for you, you're still highly incentivized to play those games like off of a wiki. Like, okay, I got the quest to do this thing. I better go look up what the quest entails. So MMOs have a lot of that, and I hate that as a player. Once you get past that and you just get into the nice repetitive grind, I enjoy them a lot more. But it's just a time expenditure I don't have. I don't know how many times over the years I've been talking to somebody like, oh, I gotta go do my raid. Yeah, it's raid night. Like, I feel like when you get to the point where, like, the game you're playing is an obligation that you're only keeping because of other people, like, ugh, alright, I guess I gotta do my raid. Like, yeah, it'll be fun, I guess. I like the game, but kind of just doing the raid. Once you get to that point, I think we're way past the point of diminishing returns. Says the guy who's been save scumming this blitzball menu for 2 hours now. I did almost get WoW Classic when they released it last year. Because at the time I was playing Final Fantasy XI. I only played Final Fantasy XI with a 30-day trial, and I only played it because I needed to get assets for a villainous deck I was making. Only reason I played the game. I hated every second of it. That game is just... It hates you. The problem isn't that I hated the game. The problem is that the game hated me. But the whole time I'm playing it, like every day I'm booting up Final Fantasy XI, like I'm running a little bit further today, reading the news, like, oh, WoW Classic is coming out. I'd much rather be playing that. If I'm going to be playing an MMO from 1974, I'd rather play WoW than Final Fantasy XI. See, I can't stay away from those kinds of people when I play MMO, because it's not like it's a class of person, like they're a dickhead. They're playing the game correctly by teaching somebody else how to get up to speed with them. Like, everybody I know that plays Final Fantasy XIV has at one point or another invited me to play with them, and they're definitely not doing it maliciously. Like, they enjoy the game and they want to enjoy it with me. But if I started playing it, they would have to teach me how to play it. Like, I would be the asshole in that situation if I told them, I don't want you to tell me nothing. I want to figure it all out for myself. Like, that makes me the asshole in that situation. Because then we want to play with Brick Road. We want to bring him on this raid, but it's like a level 70 raid. And he still hasn't figured out how to get his, like, skill level to go up. Like, he doesn't know the name of the NPC because he hasn't gone to the village where he lives, kind of stuff. And he won't let us tell him because he's just being a dick. He's like, he doesn't want us to hold his hand and lead him around, but like, what else can we do? So like, I'm not down on my friends in those situations where I've been in, where they're trying to teach me how to play the game because it's the kind of game you have to know how to play in order to play together. That's how MMOs are structured. Now, there is a class of player in MMOs that I dislike. And we played Diablo 3, and I was fine. I let them teach me all the ropes of Diablo 3, and I learned how to do everything in the game. But the first night we logged in to play some Diablo 3, and someone was like, hey, Brick Road, I've noticed, like, you really should be wearing this other armor set. Ah, okay. That was the last time we played Diablo 3. Because after I learn how to play the game, like after I know what we're doing and we're in this nice, like, don't tell me how to, teach me how to play. Once I know how to play, don't tell me how to play. Yeah, you should really be wearing this other armor set. It's got better intelligence, plus intelligence for your poison spider attack. I'll just hand you the controller. You want to do it? You want to just, you go ahead and take the control. You play for me, and then I don't even need to be here. I can go. Oh, that Final Fantasy XI uninstall video was so funny. I got some real butthurt comments. Oh, the comments of that video. Oh, some of them were tasty. Some of them were really, really butthurt. Because I did, when I was done with my stint in Final Fantasy XI, I made a short little video for YouTube, kind of just explaining my thoughts on the game, having just played it. Oh. It might be about time for me to do another stint in Diablo 3, actually. It's been a while. I haven't played Diablo 3 since they released the Necromancer. That's been a couple years now. Anti-Venom 2, man, it's just not appearing. I think we might have seen absolutely everything except Anti-Venom 2 at this point. That's one of the reasons I didn't play World of Warcraft. I stopped playing that game at level 60 was the cap when I first played it. And then we played a little bit when the first expansion came out. They increased the cap to 70. And I got a character to 70. But I didn't do any like rating or anything. And the reason I didn't was because like at that point in the game, playing old content repeatedly in order to gear up to see new content is... I don't find it fun. Once I reach that point in the game where... And there's content in World of Warcraft, or at least there was at the time, where it was like, if you don't have this gear specifically, you might as well not even try to do the content. And at the time, this is more true in Final Fantasy XI, but it was true definitely in WoW at the time. Like, each class has X amount of builds, but if you're not one of these 2 or 3 builds, then no raiding guild is going to want you to join them. So the question to my mind was always, if there are like 20 builds but only 2 of them are actually viable, why even have the other 18? Because I always get to that point in MMO where I'm like, all right, I have a fun character that I enjoy, but I get to the end of the game and find out that everything I know about leveling that character was wrong and wrong and wrong and wrong and wrong, and I should have done something totally different. I don't know that I'm really playing Final Fantasy VIII right now. I mean, I guess technically it is playing. Doesn't need any input from me. So yeah, what we're trying to do right now is... So we're a few games into this league, right? We have to play this league to refresh the prizes. When we refresh the prizes on this league, Wakka's weapon thing will show up. His sigil will show up. And we can play another 10 games to win it. But every few games, the tournament lights up. And we do need to win stuff from tournaments, too. Second place tournament is sometimes a prize called Anti-Venom 2, which is the skill that Tidus needs to know before he can learn Jex Shot 2. So if I don't play a tournament right now... it'll gray out. I won't have the option to play it. Like if I keep playing my league. But if I start a tournament, the prizes are locked in until I complete it. So we're going to have to do this save scumming eventually. And it's just like we might as well do it now. tech find. Although I will say the only source I've been able to find that actually lists the blitzball prizes, the possible blitzball prizes, was an Angel Fire page. And I have no idea how to check to see if that's accurate. But I don't have any other information on how to get Anti-Venom 2. Like, I haven't seen it roll as a league prize either. And tech copying it, I don't even know if it's possible. I don't know if there's some other way to influence these prizes. I don't know if there's multiple prize pools that we have to do something in the game to get to like level up to the next prize pool. I suspect not, because we're seeing stuff roll into this prize pool that we just can't learn yet anyway. But yeah, quite a lot of save scumming happening. Yeah, I don't doubt that it's a tournament prize. What I'm starting to doubt is whether there are things that affect the RNG and tournament prizes outside of the RNG seed I'm on now. Like, is there something right now that's preventing certain prizes from showing up? Like I said, I don't think there are, because we're seeing still a wide variety of stuff in every other slot. But because nobody seems to know the actual mechanics of how the game selects its prizes, it's technically possible for the mechanics to be anything. X Potion's a bad prize. Is my mouse cursor on screen, by the way, when the game loads in? I guess it's not. I can't see it on OBS. Could just be bad luck. I hope so. We did eventually get all the balloons and seagulls to line up. Because I've seen anti-drain too a bunch of times now. I've seen that's the second time that's popped up tonight. The actual one-of-a-kind prizes, like Waka's weapon stuff, the Jack Shot 2, that stuff is kind of guaranteed to show up more often than not. But hey, we hunted down a WarMech. So we got that going for us. Venom Tackle 3 and Pile. Here's all the Venom stuff except the anti-Venom we're looking for. Because we did this exact same process last night for a good 40 minutes or so. Antidote. An anti-venom of sorts. So yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I will make a post on the subreddit and see if it gets any discussion going. It might just get ignored. I might post it there and just maybe nobody cares about it. But I might get some discussion on what actually constitutes a perfect save in various games in the series. So bored. I actually woke up at a decent time today. I got to sleep till about noon. Yesterday I said somebody's watching this in the archives. Like somebody's watching through the series and this is the episode they're on now, or this is the stream they're on now. Somebody else was watching it, or maybe just listening to it, having it on in the background. It's like, is he just reloading the thing over and over? Screw this, I'm going to the next episode. And then... Echo screen. So we're also we're trying to get second place in our current league. Because that'll give us another tech find, and we can use that to open up whatever spot Waka needs to learn the ability, so then he can learn Oryx Spirit. The idea that we need to get an item to unlock the space to have the ability to learn the skill that unlocks the ability to learn the other skill. That is way too many layers, man, for a skill acquisition system in an RPG like this. He needs tackle slip. No, he needs a tech find first. Then he needs tackle slip. We might be able to tech copy that one a lot easier. We can tech copy with some regularity. Just no luck. This is what resigned to the grind means, I guess. This is the least exciting stream that I've done. Well, since last night, I guess, when I was doing the exact same thing. Antidote. And just think, once we finally see it, then we get to go back to playing blitzball, like grinding out blitzball. No, I think once I lock in the prize, depending on how much stream I have left at that point, I think once we lock in the prize for the tournament, I'm going to go to... I guess we'll just bang out the tournament once I see it. It's 3 games. Antidote. Oh, so bored. I mean, yeah, grinding out blitzball would be a little bit of excitement for a few minutes, but like after a few minutes, we're just grinding out blitzball, which is no. I guess it's better than what we're doing now in the sense that every blitzball game gives me a couple of experience points at least, which means a couple of my blitzball players get a little better every game. But in terms of like me putting inputs into a device that goes along this wire to the Magic Leprechaun box, it's not much more exciting than blitzball. Don't worry, if we do this long enough, the Valmanway +1 will drop. Maybe. What I'm trying to find is a list of possible blitzball prizes that's not that Angel Fire page. Because, like, where did that Angel Fire person get their information, you know? How do we know for sure? Because trying to search for the subject just brings up a lot of information about Waka's sigil and stuff. And not, like, actual lists of prizes. Somebody did mention weeks and weeks ago when we were first discussing Blitzball that it's possible a prize won't appear and you'd have to hit reset data. Which, if we're in that position that we have to use reset data to get a prize to appear, and I don't know for sure if we are, or even how we find out that we are. Like, how would we even check for that? But if it's true that for whatever reason some prize or another won't appear without hitting the reset data button in the game, I think we're screwed because we can never hit that button. That's what I mean. Hitting reset data is not an option, but not having Ject Shot 2 is also not an option. Like, I might be in a situation where I don't have an option to continue this save. It's possible anti-drain 2 for the third time tonight. Wow. What are the odds that all of this blitzball playing has to be done before the point in the game where Durin becomes missable? I can't think of how to learn Anti-Venom 2 another way. The only way I can think of to do it is to get it as a prize. And the only place it appears as a prize is a second place prize, according to Angel Fires anyway. A second place prize in a tournament, potentially. According to Angel Fire, it never appears as a league prize, and I've never seen a tech copy pop up for an anti-ability, ever. Like, I don't even know who Lina is. But like I don't know how to tech copy an anti-ability. I've never seen the pop-up for it. I'm not even sure it's possible. It seems like it should be because you can mark people that know those abilities and they show up as blue. I guess it's possible that I've just never used a particular tackle or shot or whatever against a player that has the correct protection skill. I guess that's a possibility. Although we've played a lot of blitzball against a lot of teams, and I've used a lot of those abilities. But so here's my other thought. Under what circumstances would you want to hit reset data? Why is that option in the game at all? The only thing I can think of is that they realized through some quirk of programming certain prizes could never ever show up, and they needed to give the player a way to flush out a bunch of bad data. But even that explanation doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, why does the reset data button exist in the first place? That seems like a debugging feature that they forgot to take out of the game. There are some discussions on the subject here. I think there's something else I'm going to try real quick. Because this is one way to reset the tournament prize, to actually reset the game. But it's not the only way, because we can also do this. Because we'll go in here, and the tournament should be here. Right, and it's this... No, reset data. Cancel. Now we go in there and the tournament should still be there. And it's the same prizes. It's still there. Tournament's gone. No more tournament. But cancel out. So I guess the Oryx just forfeited that tournament. We didn't play in it at all. Okay. Now let's save here. Because what are the chances that, like, maybe that particular tournament will only roll from a certain prize pool, and the next tournament has a different pool or something. I don't know if that helped anything, but I've incremented some counter somewhere in the game by 1 by doing that. I don't know if that did anything. Couldn't hurt. It just kind of seems weird they give you a respec option for, like, a free respec for blitzball. It's not even a respec. It's just completely start over. But not for anything else in the game. Like, if you screw somebody's sphere grid up and they end up 40 sphere levels off the path and you realize you made a mistake and want them to go back, you're up a river. You're up, you can't fix that. If you modify a weapon or a piece of armor to have skills, and then later you decide you don't like those skills, but it's the only weapon or piece of armor you have with one skill that you do like, again, you're up a river. There's just no way to fix that. You just can't. But this, it's like, oh, they decide if you have a team situation that you don't like, even though we have a system in place to cycle players out and they can go hire new players and try new players and level them up, like, we'll just let them reset absolutely everything. Yeah, we have been doing this for almost an hour tonight now. Oh, I would absolutely believe that the people who developed Blitzball did not work on any other part of the game. Just because the Blitzball menus don't work like any other part of the game. Nothing in Blitzball resembles any other part of the game. Guys, I'm going to step away for 2 minutes. I'm going to get myself a fizzy drink from the fridge. I'll be right back. All right, back to work. Yeah, the problem with Lina and Brother is I have Brother on my team, but I don't know of a way to force another player to learn his skill, which means I would either have to wait for some other team to hire Lina and then play exhibitions against Lina, or I would have to give up Brother. Well, no, I'd have to play games until Brother's contract is up, wait for somebody else to sign him, and then play exhibition games against that team. And I have no idea how long any of that's going to take. But just playing the games to get Brother's contract to expire would take hours. So assuming this will, even if this only has like a 0.5% chance of showing up in a prize, and if that Angel Fire page is to be believed, it has a 1% chance of showing up as a prize. Even if that's the case, it would still take less time to do it this way than to do it the tech copy way. But what makes me nervous is that I haven't seen any like verification that it is always a possible prize. I couldn't swear to this. I'm going to put my Pepsi over here and my water over here. Then I can easily reach the Pepsi and the water is way back here. Okay. So I want to drink the Pepsi while it's cold. Yep, that's not it. Here, let me show you guys the Angel Fire page that I found, just in case you guys want to see an Angel Fire page from Internet 1.0. Let's see. Let's look at this. Tournament Cup, 2nd place. We've seen Antidote, Soft Eye Drop, and Echo Screen. Those are the 4 items. Out of the prizes that supposedly can appear here, Regen I know I've seen in that slot. Golden Arm I know I've seen. The Tech Fine I know I've seen. Super Goalie I know I've seen. Venom Shot and Venom Pass I've seen both. Anti-Drain we've seen tonight. I'm pretty sure if you were to look back and watch all the video, we've seen every single tech except for Anti-Venom 2 that's possible to see in this spot, if this webpage is accurate. There's eye drops. We've only ever seen Good Morning as a 1st place or a top scorer, and that seems correct here. Oh, you know what? We've seen Venom Shot, Pass, and Tackle a bunch of times, but it also appears as both 2nd and 3rd place prizes. There's the Tech Find. Should we spend some time just for a change of scenery? Not reloading, but just canceling out of the menu a lot? Maybe that does something to advance the RNG in a different way? It'll take a little bit longer per cycle, I think, but not terribly much because we have to restart the whole game anyway. Wait, if we just do this instead? No, it's definitely faster to restart. Definitely, definitely. Like, even if there's a situation where certain prizes won't appear, it's still not a good idea to use reset data, because then the people you're trying to teach the prize to can't learn the thing. Like, if we hit reset data, then Titus loses that tech find, right? So even if we did have to reset the data, it wouldn't help us with this specific thing. That's only going to help us with like Waka's weapons and stuff. Echo screen. Third place gets a potion. Oh my god, best potion ever. Should have went and got that potion, man. I should have played 3 blitzball games for a potion. Venom Tackle 3 is in that spot. Let me double check. It definitely says a tournament cup, not a league cup, right? Yeah, it definitely does. Yeah, that's why it takes so long for Angelo to find an item. She's got to go off screen, win 3 blitzball games, then she can come back and get a potion. That's what's happening here. She's playing in Estar's blitzball league, which lets dogs play blitzball for whatever reason. Here's the tech find. So Venom Tackle 2 showed up here, but it didn't show up in the place we're watching. We're watching the second place, not the third. Does Angelo have a different name in Japanese? I wonder. Because I know in like Japanese language, when it comes to names, O is usually more feminine and A is usually more masculine, which is the opposite of, say, Spanish, where O is usually more masculine. But Angelo is actually, specifically, it's a Spanish name. It's a name for, it's a masculine name in Spanish. So I wonder if somebody, like, if there's a localization quirk there where they gave Angelo a name that sounds feminine in Japanese, but also sounds kind of exotic because it came from a foreign language, without understanding that the foreign language they drew it from, the name sounds masculine. And then when it got released in North America, which even if you don't speak Spanish, I'm betting the average North American citizen has a much better ear for Spanish than the average, like, Southeast Asian does. So I wonder if that's like a weird localization snafu that happened where Angelo ended up with a masculine name. I also couldn't swear that they ever confirm Angelo's gender in the game, though. Like, the wiki says Angelo's a girl, and whatever, she can be a girl, that's fine. But... remember to stretch and hydrate, kids. Rulebook doesn't say they can have dogs on the team. I did read something preposterous today on the Final Fantasy wiki as I was perusing. Because every single day they have a thread, like some new person makes a thread, what's the best Final Fantasy game? So they're having this conversation daily. And 10 is up there, right? Like 10 is a lot of people's favorites. This game is some people, a lot of people act like a strong contingent of Final Fantasy players. This is their favorite. Or like consistently like top 3. But I read somebody today say that Final Fantasy X is underrated. Imagine that. Final Fantasy X is underrated. It literally got a perfect score in Famitsu, which happens with some regularity now, but back in the day, back in 2000, like Famitsu's whole... it's a Japanese periodical that reviews video games, by the way, if you didn't know what Famitsu was. But back in 2000, it had a reputation for never giving out a perfect score. Like, the time when this game came out, like, Final Fantasy X, like, it was big news. Like, it's only the 3rd perfect score Famitsu's ever given out. Alright. Alright, let's go video games. I was about to Google list of Famitsu perfect scores so we could find out, but now we got more important things to do. We don't have it yet. We still have to finish. We still have to win the tournament. No, we have to come in second in the tournament. We have to come in second. So, you're going to win 1 game, and then we're going to win 2 games. Ooh, maybe not. We have to lose the finals, right? All we got to do is lose the finals. That's it. Once we get to the finals, we just lose, and we'll be okay. That's the plan. Brother learns nap tackle. I would actually really like that. In fact, I want everybody I can to learn nap tackle. Because it's the 2nd place prize, and whoever comes in second in the finals comes in 2nd place. Wow, we're not just refreshing the screen anymore. We're actually playing a real video game. Yeah, I don't like it that much either, that we have to lose the game to get the prize. But it's required for tonight. Haha, Noi Guado. They got the Noid on their team. Gross. Top scorer prize? I don't care. Whatever. We can probably get that too, though, whatever it is. Letty's shooting it from, like, miles away. Letty's here to... He showed up to play today. Whoa. Ooh. He's mad that I cut him from the team. It still doesn't mean he's a good player, though. Like, break, pass. Nobody's on Titus up there. Is anybody gonna get her? Nope. We're all just spinning circles on the other side of the map. Why Titus is right here, I couldn't tell you, but he is. Titus is like right on top of me here. Oh, brother got nap tackle. I like that a lot. He does a lot of tackles. I just get a free shot here? Yeah, we'll just do a free shot then. Brother. Yeah, my understanding is nobody's faster than brother. He's... It's really fun to just control him. I think sleep is the best thing you can do. Like, I think it's better than poison. It's better than wither, for sure. Like, why sleep or wither or something when you can... Or, like, why poison or wither them when you can just put them to sleep? We'll put one more in the bucket. Oh, my shot's been halved. Okay, well this is probably not going to work then. I mean, crazier things have happened. Oh, it's one of his key techniques, too. Nice. So now he can learn nap tackle, too. She knows it. Wonder if he can learn nap pass, because he also does this pass a lot at the beginning of the game. She's the one that knows nap tackle, I think. So that'll be nice if I can just grab it right here. Nap tackle 2, that is. Well, somebody was watching her, but didn't let me tech copy. Probably no chance of getting this pass to complete, but we'll try it. Oh my god, that was amazing. Brother with the great pass. But you want to bet the first time we played blitzball, Letty was like, dude, that shot was awesome. I hope I never get hit in the face with that ball. That looks like it really hurt. Sorry we had to break your nose, Letty. Put them all on Brutta, so when he completes the pass to Titus, Titus has no defenders. Never mind, Titus has all the defenders. I don't know, the first blitzball game Letty ever won was where Titus was on the team. Like, yeah, Waka was his manager and let him play for all those years, but Titus was the one that actually started making something of the team. And unfortunately that meant getting rid of all the crappy people. Sorry. Unfortunately it meant scouting Brother and putting him on the team. Oh, Waka did win that game with the boys. Doesn't really matter what we do here. Yeah, I guess Letty does have the right to be bitter, I suppose. They're keeping rowdy. Larvate's moving over to the beasts. Alright, so now I gotta play the Sykes, right? So we play the Sykes, then win. And now it's Fangs versus Beasts. So whoever we play from Fangs or Beasts, we have to lose that game. So we'll play the winner of... So either the Fangs or the Beasts get to win this tournament. Good on them. Venom pass, Nap Tackle 2. Let's get him that as soon as we can. Nap shot, Venom pass for you. You can't mark anybody. Alright, in we go. I think I've already got one or two of those rename cards. I don't know, man. I've been tearing up the Sykes since we took Blappa away from them. We've got to take Nimrook away now. Blap is awesome. Right? Because we can... This break will probably work because he'll dodge whatever Zolitz does. Oh, it didn't that time, but he does have the ability, he just dodges out of the way. I'm gonna take Nimrook too. Once they release Nimrook, I'm taking him. He could still use that tech even though he's poisoned right now. That's interesting. I thought being poisoned meant you couldn't do techs, but he just did his, what's it called? Tackle slip. I'm telling you, Dato is their Durin. For whatever reason. I like the name Nimrook too, by the way. I think it's a cool sounding name. Like Rook, that sounds like someone who ought to be a goalie, you know? Like he sounds like the stalwart defender. That's what a Rook is, right? Go to sleep. Bro, I got the ball. That's a real chancy break. I mean, it's a real chancy pass too. Maybe we could wither somebody. I mean, that's why Fantasy Strike, that's why Rook is called that, because he's the castle, you know. Also, the obscure SNES dungeon crawl RPG Arcana, in which you play a character named Rooks. Arcana is a cool game. Developed by HAL, actually. I'm actually a little surprised that there's no Arcana content in Super Smash Bros. Considering how crazily obscure some of the stuff in that game is now. When you get into all the spirits and anything, there's no Arcana stuff in Smash Brothers. That's kind of weird. You would think that HAL... I mean, the games are developed by Namco these days, not HAL, is my understanding, I think. Oh, Bixen! Volley shotting. What? I didn't get it. Nobody was watching him. Nobody was watching him. But yeah, Smash Brothers was originally the first two, I think. Maybe the first three were developed by HAL, I thought. Isn't that right? Anyway, they developed Arcana, and there's no Arcana stuff in Smash, and there should be. I can break both of you, I think. And we'll Wither pass over to Tidus. Yeah, the game is about literal, actual spirits, too. And there's no... It's a cool little game. It's a really basic dungeon hack game. Like a Phantasy Star style game. Right? It's got that same... dungeon crawl perspective. And it's very basic. Like, it's not... The maps are very easy. There's no, like, weird map trickery like invisible teleporters or rotators or things. And the game auto maps for you. You don't even have to draw the maps yourself. So. But it's a very enjoyable little game. It's fun. It's a cool little game. It's got real snappy music. And, like, really cool looking animations for all the monsters and stuff. Really early SNES game. Tidus learned Key Venom Tackle. Nice! He's never going to use a pass, ever. I mean, he's never going to use Super Goalie either, but... We're trying to get Nap Tackle there, I think. I didn't get the tech copy opportunity for Volley Shot. Oh, Sfonda didn't use it. Bixen used it. Wait, how did Bixen use it? I'm confused. Was it Sfonda's Volley Shot that activated and gave Bixen the chance to... sink that goal? Waka didn't have a target either. Oh, maybe he had it, but he unequipped it. We got to try to break Zalitz. I mean, we don't really need to score here. It's not a big deal if we don't score. It's not... We don't care that much. Wow, we got it anyway. Yeah, I remember the final battle music. Like, it gets you real pumped for like the first 30 seconds, but most of the boss fights in Arcana, because it's such a simple RPG, because there's not really a lot of mechanics to engage with, there's a lot of just damage sponges in the game. It's just a lot of back and forth. Then the very final boss, you're fighting solo, so it's literally just attack, 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 attack. That's it. Where you going, Dotto? Where you going, buddy? Dotto always goes for the shot. I don't know why they have Dotto as their, like, main shooter. Oh, it wouldn't give me nap tackle. Oh well. So we are watching him now. Brother's watching for it. Dotto's doing his best. Yeah, I guess. Nobody's on Zalitz. He's just way out in the BFE. Alright, Bixen, show us how it's done, man. Fail tech copy again. There's no feedback as to why. I guess it's just a random chance. Because if he was too low level, it would say that. Durin had that problem for a while trying to learn his goalie skills. Good job, Bixen. Game's over, champ. Oh, Jasu got picked up by the Fangs! You go, Jasu. Jasu was like the player on the original Oryx that I thought was really good, actually. They only signed Bixen for one more game. They're like, alright, listen. You got one more try. And then you're done here. We have not used ROP at all. Go back out into the field. Get out there, buddy. All right, let's save. All right, so we need to lose this game against the beasts. Blappa on goal, which means they'll be able to score. They unequipped his tackle slip from... That's kind of funny. Ooh, we can learn all kinds of stuff here. Who's their shooter? Almost certainly you. Try to get Venom Pass, maybe. Still looking for Nap Tackle. Nap Pass, perhaps. Goalie can't learn anything. Blappa can't learn anything. Alright, back in there. God, their attacks suck. Where are they going? They're all confused. Come on back, guys. Maybe I should try shooting it to get it into their hands more consistently. There we go. That guy can shoot. Or he can swim in circles, whatever. Wait for Dern to catch up with him. Why is he passing? He's their best shooter. Just... Why, dude? You're right in front of the goal with no defender. Well, we'll pass it to our second best shooter, whatever. So if I don't touch the controller here, it'll just run the timer down. And you know what? I'm going to do that. Well, I mean, we're going to pass so we can get levels. Oh, they came out to get me. Waka to Ronso. Ronso to Durin. Durin to Waka. The triangle of wasting everybody's time. I guess Brother's out here too. We can throw him a few. Durin has nap past 3. That's actually a really good ability. It's the only way I know to level up the guys in the back, so this is how Zevin wants a guy to do. Just kind of keeping Durin in the loop, because in regular games it's hard to get him experience because nobody can ever get close to my goal, so... No, now that they have a point, I don't want them to score again. So now we do this. I don't want to score either, though. Can I get behind my goal? No. No, we'll just do this. I can end the game in this state and be happy. I don't want to grind passes anymore. I'd rather set the controller down and be lazy. No, I guess I better grind passes. I'll be a good boy. Hello, Sebastian. Two breakers, huh? wonder what actions in blitzball actually award experience, whether it's catching or... it must be throwing the pass, right? Gives like 1 experience point or something. Yes, both of the puppies are asleep. Oh, I should have broke. Oh, well, I'm going to try to shoot. Oh, I don't want to shoot. I want to accidentally score. Let's do that. They'll get the ball, and then maybe Duran will get an experience point or 2. Nope. His brother's awesome. Yeah, this time of night, my wife usually goes to bed around now, and she takes the puppies with her to bed. I'm just happy to do this. For the last minute or so. So, this should get us Anti-Venom 2, thank goodness. So Bixen expired after a bad showing in a game against me, and then they're like, all right, 1 more game, and then he expired again, and then it's like, all right, you're good for 10 more games. I wonder if they won their match. Ooh. Ooh. For 8 games. I wonder if we could save scum that too. We could reset, lose this game again. I don't think I want to because there's a reason we had to lose this game. But Nimruk, maybe next time in 8 more games when Nimruk goes back up, maybe we'll scum him. If it was like 37 games or something, I might have done it now. But it's 8 more games. Like we won't even get through our current league before that happens. All right, finished tournament number 2. Titus has learned Anti-Venom 2. And we got a rename card. Okay, that is 2.5 hours left.
Counting on you, kid. Here we go.
All right, let's see if we can find the correct spot on the Thunder Plains. I watched some videos of this recently-ish. Should just be on the left over here somewhere. Near to one of these towers. I think. Oh, it might be on the next screen, though. Like on the north screen from the agency. You know, I'll look it up. Where do we gotta go? There's a very particular place you can go. Oh, so it is farther north, because it's outside of Guadosalam. It's in the southern... Oh, Guadosalam is south, not north. North goes to... You're right. North goes to the Macalania. I was mixed up for some reason. Yeah, you're right. Guadosalam is down here. For some reason, I was thinking Guadosalam was on the far side. I was thinking the Moonflow came up to the Thunder Plains and Guadosalam was on the far side. There's a place on the left-hand side of the map where there's a tower, and then there's like a little hill just to the side of the tower. In fact, this might be it here. Yeah, this is it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 'Ooh, we got blasted. Starting over. It's going to take me a little while to get the actual timing and rhythm of this right, I think. It's 1, 2. I think the trick is to wait for the flash and not try to anticipate the flash. I think that's the trick. I think that's where people get caught up on this. If you anticipate the flash, you end up pushing it too early. 4, 5, 6. Didn't happen. The lightning strike. Oh, I went too far. I went too wide, I think. Starting over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Didn't we do something like this in Super Mario Odyssey once? 13, 14, 15. I'm not looking at chat, so don't bother answering that question, but 15, 16, 17, 18, 'So you have to step down into the divot here. If I push the control stick the wrong way and I go wide, I don't get the lightning strike I'm expecting. Starting over. Actually, can I do this just left to right? No, apparently not. How far would I have to go before I get the strike? All the way behind this? I get it every time. So the variance seems to come in which way Tidus jumps to dodge the strike. I need to find like a neutral spot to reset behind this tower, and then always hold upright from there. Behind this tower, I can never get a stricken. Stork. I can never get a stork back there. Four. 5. 6. Yeah, I want to make sure I let my thumb off the stick when I come here so I can completely reset every time. 7. 8. Yeah, look, he jumped way far to the south, so the journey back was a lot different that time. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. It's 1/10 of the way. Let's limber up a little bit. All right, back to it. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. Let's make sure we reset position here. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. I'm also making sure to blink when I come back behind the tower because I don't want to blink when the thing during the strike. 40. Alright, that's 1/5 of the way there. My hands are getting sweaty now. Hold on a second. I need to... I got my hand drying rag here. It was over by my other computer. Take a nice little break at 40 for now. Whew. All right. Some water. Getting in there. All right, let's go. Dumbest thing ever. 41. 42. 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. I know about timed hits. 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. How you guys doing? You hanging in there? 140 to go. 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. We're getting there. It's very, very warm in here. I'm calling the AC guy tomorrow. I'm calling the AC guy. We're gonna get a quote on how much it's gonna cost to repair this unit in here. All right, we're at 80. We're gonna limber up a little bit. Have some water. It's all good, guys. It's all good. We got all year to do this. Okay, here we go. 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. 94. 95. Eyeball itches. 96. 97. 98. 90 Resigned. 100. All right, I just have to do all that again. We're halfway there. If I just do that again, everything will be great. The timing is actually very generous. There's a long window where you can push the button. So it's a little nerve-wracking because you can't make any mistakes. And if you mess up, you got to start back over at 1. But it's a lot easier to not make mistakes than in, say, the Chocobo game. How accurate has my counting been, by the way? Have I haven't missed any, have I? Let's do one that I don't count, just in case. So this is just a freebie. This is like the center square on bingo card here. So we're not going to count that one. Just in case I get, like, I've missed a count somewhere. So, going into the next state of 100. Okay. Here we go. 101. 102. 103. 104. 105. 106. 107. 108. Stars of Destiny. 109. 11. 11-1. 11-2. 11-3. 11-4. 11-5. 11-6. 11-7. 11-8. 11-9. 120. And actually, I think it's the little variation in the timing that determines where Tidus jumps out of the hole when he dodges. Face is sweaty too. Don't worry, guys. This is not a snot rag. I'm not sneezing into this. This is just to wipe the sweat of my hands and face on. Okay. We're at 120. We got all the power stars. Now we can go beat Bowser. Okay, here we go. 121. 122. Had a hair eyelash in my eye. Oh no, this is not the time for that. 123. 124. 125. 126. 127. 128. 129. 130. 131. 132. 133. Repeating, of course. 134. 135. 136. 137. 138. 139. 140. Raz, you can't interrupt because I'm not watching chat. I'm taking a break every 20 strikes to draw my hands. Sorry if this is gross, like the whole, but gotta do it. Okay. We're at 140. I'm gonna get some hydration. This is the point where it's gonna be really upsetting if I drop it now. Alright, 140. Here we go. 141. 142. 143. 144. 145. 146. 147. 148. 149. 150. 151. 152. 153. 154. 155. 156. I dropped it. Raz, it's all your fault. God damn it. If you hadn't shown up. Raz, if you hadn't shown up, we'd be done by now. How dare you? How dare you? Two. 3. 4. I did that on purpose just to make Raz feel bad, by the way. That was completely intentional. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. Stop there for a second. Oh, yeah, it's too bad we can't save in between. I mean, I'm technically using a cheat engine to play this game because I've got that special K turned on for the Final Fantasy VIII needs it to run. It might have a save state function. I don't know. All right, we're at 60. Let's get back in there. Here we go. Never mind. Just threw it all away again. Ouch. What the haps, bro? 1. 2. 3. Like, I've got to take breaks periodically. But coming back from the break throws me off my rhythm again. And I've got to find it again. That was 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. I'm going to try just pushing through it. I'm going to try no breaks. 10. We'll just let my hands be sloppy and my tongue be dry. 11. That way I can stay on the rhythm. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. Nice. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 96. 97. 98. 99. 100. 101. 102. 103. 104. 105. 106. 107. 108. 109. 11. 11. 11. 11. 11. 11. 11. 11. 11. 11. 120. 121. 122. 123. 124. 125. 126. 127. 128. 129. 130. 131. 132. 133. 134. 135. 136. 137. 138. 139. 140. 141. 142. 143. 144. 145. 146. 147. 148. 149. 150. 151. 152. 153. 154. 155. 156. 157. 158. 159. 160. 161. 162. 163. 164. 165. 166. 167. 168. 169. 170. 171. 172. 173. 174. 175. 176. 177. 178. 179. 180. 181. 182. 183. 184. 185. 186. 187. 188. 189. 190. 191. 192. 193. 194. 195. 196. 197. 198. 199. 200. 201. 202. 203. 204. This is getting silly now. 205. How high should I go? 206. My thumb is locked in place now. I'm afraid if I stop doing anything but this particular sequence of actions, it'll snap off. Alright, let's go. That's gotta be enough. I did a few extra just in case I had miscounted. I don't think I did, but just in case. Better safe than sorry, right? That wasn't the right... Oh, okay. I guess it's going to give me all the prizes. So that's for 5. I got real nervous there for a second. Thanks, Sebastian. No, we're not going to wake up Dark Ixion. I got real nervous there when it gave me an elixir. Nice. Ooh, got the Chivo. That's it? Nothing else? Alright. That's behind us. That wasn't terrible. That wasn't too bad. That took... How long did that take? That didn't take too terribly long. It took about an hour. Alright. Oh my god, my thumb really hurts from being in that same position for so long. Alright. I want to science something real quick, actually. Because walking back to the travel agency, it jogged like my residual memory from this game again. I think there's another spot you can do this on this screen here, like towards the top. Maybe not. So there's like this line on the ground here and a line back here as well. Like these two lines. Maybe not. But I was thinking that when I did it 20 years ago or whatever, I did it in a different spot. And I saw those two lines on the ground just to the south. I'm like, wait a minute, did I just run back and forth between those two lines? Because they looked really familiar. You know what's difficult about that? The timing is real wide. You can press the button either just before the strike or up to the actual strike. So, like, there's like half a second before the slash up to a half a second after you see the flash before the lightning actually strikes. You got a big wide window to push the button. But it's like when you say the same word over and over, like jello, 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 and it starts to sound weird after a while. That's what this is. Like after a while, it's like, oh my god, Titus has a hoodie, what do I do? Because you do watch the same actions over and over and over and over, and then for some reason your eyeballs just focus on something else, and you're like, huh, that's... And then that's it, you're done, you've lost it. Alright, I know I've already saved twice, but let's save again, why not? Haha, not using a wireless controller, so... Oh.
You're counting on. Yeehaw! Here we go.
In fact, like I could use a wireless controller and it'd be fine, but the reason this is wired is because if I unplug it, it becomes my PS4 controller. So the only other really obnoxious weapon to get is Wakas, and that's not really... It's just an expenditure of time. Getting Wakas is going to take longer than Lulu's and Titus's combined, but it won't be as frustrating as either of them. Oh, did I miss the thing up here? I must have just missed the thing. I must have just ran past it. Yeah, I just ran past it because I'm a dummy. Big old stupid dummy. That's what I am. You have to wonder why that's in the game, though. Like, that's... Even though it's not terrible if you know how to do it and you can keep your focus for that long, like... It's still pretty unreasonable to ask that of a player, isn't it? Like, it's pretty gnarly that they would expect players to do that. Alright, let's get back to Blitz. So we're trying to get second place in this league. Oh, I don't know if I want to win or lose this game. I think we want to lose this game, actually, because we're tied for first right now. So let's throw this game. Yes, that exploit where you get into that rhythm, the lightning strikes the same way every time, that was definitely in the PS2 version, because I definitely used the same strategy
Just for some reason, I think I did it in a different place on the map. I suspect there's probably a couple different places on the map where you can do it. And that's just the most famous one. My man's tanking it today. Look at that. Can you forfeit a blitzball game? I don't know. I don't think so. None of the buttons do anything. Here, I can pause, but that's it. I don't think there's any way I can forfeit. You just gotta play it out. What I want to do is I want them to score a couple of times, because then in the second half I can put my configuration back, and then I'll just score until I'll still lose, but I still want to score a couple of times in order to ensure that I get top scorer. Why are you passing? You should have shot there. Alright, Tita's got nap shot. It's like now I can safely score 1 point and still lose the game. Yeah, but I don't think I'll ever score a goal with anybody but Titus, ever. Like, I just don't see that happening. Like, you could, but... Why would you throw it all the way back there? To a guy with 2 shot. Why would you pass it to this guy ever? Didn't know I could underwater breakdance, did you? Alright, now we're going to put the regular team back up. I wouldn't mind Titus learning tackle slip, honestly. That'd be good. So now we're going to try to score twice and then burn out the clock. Wither tackled me. Kind of gross. Blap is asleep. Everybody's falling asleep. This is a boring game. Everybody's falling asleep. What up? Yeah, he didn't have a chance there. Brother might take a nap here. That might be interesting. Nope. DM did not use nap tackle for whatever reason. And that's it. We'll just pass the ball back and forth from here once we get it back. Between Waka and Zev. can I get one more pass in? Takes about 13 seconds to throw a pass from that distance. All right, so hopefully the Sykes won whatever game they just played here. They want to keep Basic around. I don't blame him. And his twin brother Zomzi. Keeping Zomzi on the mountain. Okay, the Sykes won. That's good for us. Alright, so we're in 4th. If we go up against the Sykes, we should actually, we should win our next game no matter what. If we play the Sykes and win, that puts us to 10-9 with us in 2nd, which is a good position for us. And if we play anybody else, we should also win to climb the ranks. Okay. It also should be easy enough to force a tie if we have to. If we really have to. We're playing the Fangs. Yes, we want to win this one. I got another friendship. Nice. I mean, it's not what we're looking for, but... Jasu knows no techs. They pumped him to level 17. They're not letting him have any techs. Oh, let's keep up with Tackle Slip, I guess. Tackle Slip is just something we want around the board, I think. Oh, actually... Hold on. Forgot to do this, actually. Anti-Venom 2. That's what we want to give him. Let's go with Tackle Slip. Tackle Slip. Venom Shot 2, why not? Hungry Cook Pot, ooh. Yeah, we need a couple of those. That's not exclusive to Angelo's search, though. There's other ways we can get those. Sorry, Jasu, but this happens next. To your stupid face. I love watching the guys in the background that have no idea how to swim, and they just, like, jitter step or in place, because they have no idea what the hell they're doing. What's her attack? Only 8? I'm gonna try to wither her then. That's 4 now. No, don't pass. Oh, I can't back out of this either. God damn it. Well, give Waka some experience, I guess. I guess I pushed the wrong button there. Waka, the only reason he's on the team is he has a unique skill that nobody else can learn. Otherwise, I would not use him. I don't think he's very good. Like, his stats are not... don't distinguish him in any way. Yep, lightning is behind us. Nope, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. There's still... Did they put a dude with 6 catch on the goal? Their goalie has 6 catch. I think lightning took us about an hour. What was it? It was like... I botched the first one at... Well, it took us a few tries to get into the rhythm of it. And then we went to 156 and botched it. Then I think we went to like 61 and botched it. And then I got it on the 3rd attempt. The 3rd, like, major attempt. We had a couple of, like, onesie twosies in the middle there. Yeah, you know what? 3 points is fine. I'm gonna level up Waka and Zev from here. Took a lot less time than Chocobo catch, that's for sure. Catch your Chocobo, whatever it's called. All right. Zamzi's the only guy on their whole team that got any experience. Everybody on my team got some experience. An entire jet engine. I don't know how Angelo's digging anything. It's not like... It's not ground. It's like we're in the middle of the road in Estar. Like... I guess it's not literally... It's not really asphalt either. It's like a weird laser road. I think Angelo is just finding these things like off screen and then running back to the battle where the spinny turtle is. And when she like paws at the ground, it's just like a happy dance, just telling Renoa like, oh, I found something. Which kind of raises the question, like, where is she finding these things? Is she robbing the good people of Estar? The answer may surprise you. What are these Ronso fangs doing on my side of the court? I'm so close to my goal. They're supposed to be out there swimming in circles. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, they're going to get the ball here because I forgot to break. Alright, our guy, what you going to do? What you going to do with it? You got it. What you going to do with it? Brother's going to take it. No, let's let him do sphere shocks. I think somebody's watching that. Nope, apparently not. 43 shot. Pretty good shot, dude. Nicely played, Ronsos. All three of the girls in Final Fantasy X-2 have animal companions. One of the jobs, one of the dress spheres is the trainer dress sphere, and each one comes with their own spirit animal. Riku gets a monkey, Yuna gets a dog, and Pain gets a falcon? I want to go with falcon. Is it a hawk? That was close. Falcon and hawk are the same animal. I win. Oh, guys, imagine if we were playing Final Fantasy X-2 tonight. How great would that be? It would be so great. Such a good game. This is such a bad game. Just my luck that like one of the worst games in the series is one that has like the most stuff in it that needs to be ground up. This whole game, Zev is like, when are they gonna let me go home to the mountain? I miss the mountain. Nah, Zev doesn't miss the mountain. The orcs are where it's at. They get to ride on an airship. Actually, the orcs don't ride on an airship. The Sykes are off. The Sykes are the one that ride on the airship. Because that makes sense. All right. So we just need to pass the goers now. So our next game, again, no matter who it is, we should win. If it's the Sykes, we close the gap between them. If it's anybody else, we should win to keep, like, the Glories from catching up with us from behind. Alright, so we need to win our next game no matter what. Seymour did kill most of the Ronso, but none of the blitzball players. He was bragging about it. What a dick. Ooh, we got a tournament. Alright, so we start scumming for Jack Shot now. Back to this. Yeah, the Ronso team were in Luca that game playing a game. They got home and they're like, oh, I guess the Guado, who we just played in Blitzball, committed genocide against all of us. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, we have Anti-Venom too. He's got it equipped, so he should be able to get Jex Shot too now. And there it is. So if we look in team data here... Yeah, you can see the spot where Jex Shot 2 would be, up in the top left, is available to him. Good, let's do it. Let's just ace this tournament. They got Keepa! Glory! The Glories took Keepa! Dude! Keepa's back in the game, kids! I knew he was gonna bounce back. Look how blubbery he is. You know he's gonna bounce. Alright. And we got the bye. Nothing for Blappa to learn. Anti-Nap might actually get played, actually. Tackle Slip. This looks Spinball. I don't think Anti-Venom can get played. Nap Shot then. They spot the innate talent. How come the Albed don't just have Machina players? Why don't they just put robots on their team? Titus, why are you swimming in circles and not towards the goal, fam? Whew, almost botched that. No, they're underwater Machina. We've definitely fought Machina underwater before. We got to go hard on scoring too because we got to buy. So we had a full game where we don't get to work on top scorer. Vixen's shot's pretty good. Not so good that I don't want to put him to sleep, though. Nice. Brother just got slip. Nice. Nimric's only got like 6 more games before he goes up again. We might scum him when he goes up. Scumming him's going to take a long time, though, because we got to play an entire game every single time. Maybe we won't. Should we bank on like having to play so much blitzball? Because my god, there's a lot of blitzball coming. That eventually Nimric will go up. That's probably a safe bet, maybe. Nobody's here. I mean, it's not like these teams are making strategic signing decisions. Like, they're consistently letting their best players go and signing on former Oryx. I mean, they're clearly not rational actors. Like, we snapped up Blappa as soon as he became available, because he was a thorn in my side for a while. Oh, nice. I think somebody got anti-sleep right there. Cool. And brother resisted the poison because he's got anti-venom. No break, shoot. We've only got 10 seconds anyway. The Sykes getting rid of Blappa was this like the worst decision they could have made. Cool. New actually useful text that we'll really put to use. God, Titus is a lot of text to learn. He can learn practically all of them almost. He doesn't need 2 tackles. He needs tackle slip. kind of want to get brother a better pass if I can at some point. He might got... Oh, no, he didn't. He had a chance. He had a real fighting chance. Hey, let Spada get real close here. Sorry, Durin's too awesome. Haha! Like how every time you score, it kind of looks like the goalie's just completely oblivious to what's going on. It's like the ball like hits the back and then they dive for it. Like, oh, I'm supposed to be playing blitzball here. Ooh, nap pass. We were just taking the Sykes to school. This team used to be a threat to us. Till they got rid of Blappa. Like, it's not my fault they got rid of their, like, best fielder. It's not my fault at all. Didn't let me tech copy there. Oh, we might get this in just in time. Maybe, maybe. Nope. We had to wait for him to super goalie. He's like, I can keep them from scoring a point because I have the magic ability to make the ball freeze in midair. More tech slots. They want to keep our guy. Larbate's trial period is over. Oh, there's Lina. She's the one with the anti-venom. Okay. One more game in this tournament. Against the Fangs? How did the Fangs get to the, get to the finals? What? I give him Drain Tackle and Elite Defense. Oh, he's got Drain Tackle. Oh, he's got all his key techniques. Okay, never mind. High Risk. Lowers all stats to half, but doubles experience points. That doesn't sound like anything good. Yeah, it's a nap. Venom Tackle, I guess. I don't know. Oh, Tidus can get Tackle Slip. Be nice. See. No, don't follow Zamzi. He's the goalie. I should check and see what... I don't even know what Waka's key abilities are. Because after we get this, we're going to want to start working on getting Auric Spirit. Yeah, it's beyond me how the Ronso made it to the championship match. That doesn't seem correct. Better jump this one. Well, I wonder if you can tackle slip a special move, actually. Maybe you can't. I'm not shooting with Blappa anyway, so... Nobody's here. There's nobody back here. So the ball came in from behind Tidus, right there. I'm not sure if you guys caught that, but somehow the camera was focused on Tidus kick the ball, and then cut away, and then when it cut back, the ball flew in behind Tidus's head, who had just kicked the ball in an alternate timeline? I'm not sure how it works. You know what? I didn't check to see if we'd secured top scorer. I have no idea if we've secured top scorer. I'm going to bet that we have. Oh, Blapper resists sleep. Good. It's like our guy Ronso has learned a special kind of tackle lessons last time we did this. Good on him. Eventually, our guy's going to get it from me, I think. He's going to wither me. There it goes. I'm going to put it in the bucket. 33 shot. That's not terrible. Our guy's actually pretty good. Ooh, our guy Ronso is a beast. Look at him. I mean, he's not a beast. He's a fang. Beast is entirely a different... Here, let's try to poison him. He's got resist poison. Oh, it must be anti-venom like 1 or 3 then. Not 2. Oh, this game's only half over. I'm really over blitzball, you guys. I've had my fill of this. We still have hundreds and hundreds of games to go, though. How many... It does keep track of how many wins we get. I don't know about how many total games we played, but... I think we're like 30 wins or something. I think I'm going to grab our guy when he goes up next, maybe. He's a real good shooter. I don't really need a shooter, though. Passes have... We're not going to complete this pass then, most likely. This is where they're going to grab it. I don't have to complete this pass. We'll find out. Oh, he did. No break, shoot. There you go, Waka. Do it. Ooh, with nap shot. Put them both to sleep. Yeah, how come Waka can't use all his debuffs here? Why can't he do like a guard break and stuff? Tidus, you don't want to be way back here, surely. Oh, I missed it. I think I pushed it too late. Durin is poisoned. What? That's not good. Okay, good game. And we did get top scorer. Nice. No, we were going to renew his contract. You too. Alright, we decided we needed to win our next league, as I recall. What are Waka's key techs? How do we check? Oh, okay. Oh, looks like tackle slip. So once we get him tackle slip, we should be able to get Auric Spirit. Let me see if I can confirm that. Let's see. Well, Wither Shot, Drain Tackle, Tackle Slip. I guess we'll just try to focus on getting those, because he's got a Tech Find coming up once we get second place here. Ah, Volley Shot 3. Let's do Wither Tackle 3, perhaps. Nap Tackle 2. None of the ones we're looking for. Wait, no, Wither Shot is one, isn't it? I think they put Keepa on their goal. I think I saw Keepa on their list there. Oh, I should have equipped Jack Shot too, I forgot. Why did I break and then use Jack Shot? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, they put Keepa on the goal. That's hilarious. That first game, Keepa's like, wow, this guy's really good at scoring goals. Like, glad I don't have to defend against him. Hey, Letty, you're on this team too. Titus has Nap Tackle too. Beautiful. That's not good. No wither tackle 3 for me. What advantage does that crazy corkscrew spin that he does grant him, I wonder? Like, what could possibly be the point of that? No wither tackle for me. Sad. +5 showboating? I guess that makes sense. Tidus is a big old showboater. Keepa, come on, bud. You gotta get in the game. You only got 173 hit points. How did we ever win a game with that nerd? Tackle slip. Up and over. Can we get a eject shot in 30 seconds? It's only got to bounce the once. Keepa's not a super goalie, so nothing he can do against eject shot. What was that Guado doing? Keep his level 3. I think we passed the whole second half. We are way up on points. I feel like we've already secured top scorer for the league. He's going to get kicked by Biggs a lot. Oops, wrong button. Oh well. Yeah, I don't like that you can't back up a menu usually on these in the blitzball games. You push the wrong button, you can't back up, even though there's no time constraint. Like there's no resource cost in the menu, so it doesn't actually make a lot of sense that you can't. Going in. Oh, he's feeling lucky. Not lucky enough. As far as I can tell, you get XP for passing, shooting, and defending the goal. You do not get XP for tackling or for catching. So these bat guys don't really have an opportunity to get XP unless I do this. Biggs, you can't kick him hard enough to get the ball, my friend. Who knows why you're even trying? Some of the menus have a back option, but not all of them. It's inconsistent. Inconsistent and dumb. Who knows why? Your boy in the middle of the map there still asleep. He's definitely drowned by now. He's definitely dead. I'll be clear, I'm not 100% sure that's how the mechanics work. Oops, I pushed the wrong button again. Oh well. I don't actually know for absolute fact. Do not take my word on anything where Final Fantasy X is concerned. I do not know the game well enough. But I think... I mean, I'm almost positive you don't get any XP for tackling, because we've had our backline defend a lot of passes and stuff and never gain XP for it. Okie dokie. Keep it at 2 XP though. He's moving up in the world. Nobody lost their contract. All right, I'm in second place here. So I want to lose to the Sykes, but win against anyone else. Especially the goers. For sure the goers. I think I'll finish up this league tonight. I hope I don't see another tournament pop up. I'm not ready to scum for another tournament yet. Oh, is that the Sykes? Am I against the Sykes? I need to lose to the Sykes. It's 14-12 right now. I could tie to the Sykes. That'd put us at 15-13. But if the goers win their game, they take second. So now I should try to win this game. No, I gotta lose this game. 14-12. But then if the goers win, I slip to third anyway. If I think right now we're at 14-12. Which means if I tie the Sykes, we go 15-13. But right now we're tied with the goers. Goers are also at 12. So if we tie with the Sykes and the goers win their game, we slip to second. If we lose to the Sykes and the goers win their game, we slip to second. I think the safest bet here is to tie to the Sykes. Is what I should do here. So maybe we should try for a 0-0 game. We want to end the league in second place because that will give us a tech find. So I think we just want to do a 0-0 game and tie. Guys, I'm going to take a 2-minute break and go hit the head real quick. I'm also going to put this Pepsi in the fridge because it's warm now. I'll be back. This is real dumb. What's happening now? What's happening now is real dumb. Guys, 100% of the time, I keep a deck of cards on my desk. Still like to do this. I like to shuffle them. I don't know how to do the fancy shuffle. I don't know how to do any card tricks. I just like this. I like just to fidget with my deck of cards. And eventually, they get like gross and bendy and sticky and unpleasant. So I gotta replace them from time to time. But they're always back there. Waiting for me. How did Nimrod get 2 experience points? He didn't do anything. Nobody did anything. Durin also got 2. I guess the goalies just always get 2 experience points? Just for showing up? It's like, Durin, hide me! The Albed are chasing me! Oh wait, no, brother is Albed. Maybe he owes them money. The most thrilling blitzball game of the season. Like, if you were a sports writer for, like, the Luca Times or whatever, what would you write about this game? What could you possibly write about this game? Durin and brother spent the whole game rubbing butts in the orange goal, while the Albed Sykes swam in circles. Oh, they did a lineup. They're showing us their synchronized swimming routine. Now they're swimming back to their starting positions. So boring. We can't do our next tournament until we finish this league anyway, actually, because we need a tech find on Waka. So this should be 1 point for each of us in league. That's how this should shake out. Yeah, the goalie just always gets 2 points. Okay. They're signing the run, so Zev is the only one they didn't want to keep. I wonder why they got rid of Zev and none of the other guys. So I slipped to 3rd. We really need a win against the Goers. Now we have a tournament. If we get 3rd place in the tournament, we can get Drain Tackle too. Like, I guess we can just grab that for Titus. Yeah, he can learn it. We can just do that. We can just take the tournament. Yeah, Waka needs to open tackle slip before he can do anything. Tackle slip is Third up, left column, second page. So he needs to open that up. Come in third. How do we come in third? Necessarily. I guess it depends on whether or not we get a bye, I suppose. Yeah, whatever. We need drain tackle too eventually. We might as well do it. Ooh. Oh, Sykes. You done messed up now. Oh, you messed up, nerds. You messed up hard. Even if they hadn't snapped him up, I was going to get the bye, so I could have just scummed him right there. Who's Nimrok? Are you Nimrok? Dude. They're only paying him 100 gil per game? For the best goalie in the league, they're paying 100 gil per game? How dare they? How dare they? So... that just leaves who we want for our 8th player, because we have one more player slot.
We've been through a lot, yeah?
I think we'll wait. I think I want a Guado. Let's get at least one Guado on the team. So I need to come in third. Third place must be the winner of the consolation game, right? The Glories are out, the Fangs are out. There's 4 teams left. So I want to lose this game, but then win the second game. That'll give me third place, right? Because whoever wins this game goes to the championship, and I don't want that. I want to go to the consolation game. So I need to lose this game. Dude. I mean, Rin isn't more unique than any other blitzball player. What is there to recommend Rin over any other blitzball player? The only unique blitzball players, as far as I'm concerned, are Titus, because he can learn skills nobody else can. Waka, because he can learn skills nobody else can. And Durin, because he's the only one who's permanently missable. Other than those 3, I don't really care who's on the team, outside of, like, having good players. Okay. So yeah, Nimrok is on the team now. I think I want to keep Durin in the game, because we do need all 8 of our players to be maxed out level. We need to get everybody level 99. We want a full level 99 team. So we've got our 2 goalies. We need to take them both to level 99. We might as well just use whichever goalie is lower level in our current game and commit to doing that. Oh, wait a minute. No, we need to lose this game. Which means... yeah. We want to put Blappa on the goal. I need the worst goalie? No, I don't. So yeah, like, who's good on the Guado team, I wonder? We have a decent Ronso player. Could use a decent Guado player, I feel like, to round things out nicely. I think Blap is the worst goalie. He's terrible. So I can take this opportunity to level up Durin a little bit. Go Waka, Durin, Zev, Durin. Waka, Durin, Zev, Durin is the idea here. Navarra Guado, what's her position? Is she a shooter or a defender or what? It doesn't really matter that much, I guess, but I'm curious. Like, I don't need to have the best Guado necessarily. She's a defender. I think that's good, because I think my team is actually weak on defenders. Then I can put the Ronso and the Guado in the back, where they belong, because racism. That'll make Waka happy, if I did that. Could also take, like, Svanda. Svanda is the woman who wears the, like, heavy winter coat that we thought was the Chocobo trainer. Because she has, like, a really unique model, and she's a pretty good player when she's on the Sykes. The Sykes are doing her right. Nope. I notice we got a break happening here. Alright, pass it. Whatever, send it to Durin. Oh right, she's the one that has anti-venom too. I don't have time to score We'll have to open up the next half by scoring. That looks unseemly. Just want to score once because I don't want him to win by 2. I still want to get top scorer, obviously. So we're going to have to go real hard in our third game and hope we score a ton. Oh, that's right. He can dodge now. I forgot. I could have probably broke twice. $999 HP. What's the catch on the goal? Only 12. I think we'll do... We don't... If we have 3 defenders, we'll use it, but there's no need to use it right now. Also, we know that Tidus has more than 1,500 hit points. Come on now. We've used a lot more HP spheres than that. Alright, now they're not styling on me quite so hard. Nice underwater backflip. Seems impossible, but I can appreciate it. This is an inordinate amount of blitzball happening. I was over blitzball yesterday. There's so much left. Oh, it's... How are we going to survive all this blitzball, guys? We got to take 8 people to level 99 in blitzball. We're like level 20 now. And the leveling, I think, just slows down as we go. You know what? You know what? Wither pass. Get withered on, nerd. Oh, you just have it, I guess. That's fine. I want to keep from scoring if I can, though. Yep, Final Fantasy VIII's up there, playing itself. So Doggo can dig up items. That's not good. No break pass. I gotta try to burn down the clock. For some reason, they're all over there. That don't make sense, but okay. Ooh, Durin got 4 experience points that time. Yeah, but I didn't want them to score again. I didn't want to lose by 2 points. I still want to get top scorer in the tournament. God, that's going to be real friggin' tough, though. The Goers got 6 on the Sykes. You know why? You know why the Goers got 6 on the Sykes? Because they fired Nimruk. They fired the best goalie in the league, and then the Goers dunked on him all day long. All day long. So now we gotta beat the Sykes. Oh, I want to put Nimruk on the goal for this game. I gotta do it. I gotta put Nimruk on the goal for this game. Oh, it's gonna be so good. So, okay, let me explain Angelo's search. So, in Final Fantasy VIII, if nothing else is happening in combat, if there's no attack happening or no, like, poison damage or anything happening, every so many game ticks, the game tries to initiate a random action. There are 4 possible random actions. The first is to summon Gilgamesh. That's not possible because we don't even have Gilgamesh yet. We're doing this before... We're doing this on Disc 3. We don't have Gilgamesh yet. The second is Angelo Recover, which is where Renoa's dog heals you. That's not possible either because everybody's at full health. The third is Angelo Reverse, that's Angelo revives somebody. Obviously not possible because everybody's alive up there. The fourth, if none of the other 3 can happen, it'll do Angelo Search, where Angelo digs up an item. There's a pool of about 100 different items, 3 of which are exclusive to Angelo Search. We need a Friendship, which summons a Moomba. We actually already got 2 of those. We need 4 ribbons. I don't think we've gotten any ribbons yet. And we need 4 Mog's amulets. We've gotten 1 of those. So once we have a Friendship, 4 ribbons, and 4 Mog's amulets, we are done with Angelo Search. He likes Venom Tackle stuff a lot. That's really weird. Let's get Nap Tackle 3. Oh, can't because... Oh, possibly can. I thought that was the goalie for some reason. Titus, I still want Tackle Slip on you, I think. Brutta. Nap. Oh, you can't learn Nap Pass because that would be the goalie. Venom Tackle, why not? Waka. Volley Shot. We'll never see it, but Venom Pass 2 seems good. Venom Tackle 2. Okay. You are very welcome for the explanation. Unfortunately, what you're seeing up there, I think, is the only actual AFK grind that will work in the whole series. I can't think of anything else in the Final Fantasy series where we're going to have to grind, but we can just let the game do itself. There is a way to do AFK grinding in Final Fantasy XII and just have your characters kind of run a loop around the map fighting monsters, but I don't know a spot where that's going to be beneficial to me for my purposes. Let's do a no break here. Pass it to Wither Pass to Tidus. We'll just have Tidus put it in right. We got to score as much as we possibly can. We need to get at least 7 goals in this game. At least 7 goals. In order to get top scorer. I don't think it's going to happen. Poison. Yeah, you can. There's an auto leveling scheme you can do on the raft in Final Fantasy VI, but there's no reason to do it. I have no idea why anybody would want to do that. We really got to break twice here, I think. I think we do, actually, if we want to try to get Tidus the ball. Oh, just barely not. Okay. No, I'm not going to install any third-party scripts or anything to do any auto-grinding. If the game itself allows it, I'll do it, but I don't feel like installing any third-party stuff. The only reason I'm running a third-party script, or like third-party program with Final Fantasy VIII is because it has FPS problems with the newest version of Windows for whatever reason. So unless they put out a patch for that, which I don't think is likely, I'm just going to have to keep running this Special K program with Final Fantasy VIII. I'm going to no-break pass here, because he can dodge. There's a lot of grinding ahead of us in Final Fantasy III, that's for sure. I guess Miyu's not a terrible goalie, but I doubt she's better than Nimruk. We don't need to use Jack Shot 2 unless we have 3 defenders, though, which isn't often. Are we shooting from here? No. Thought he was going to shoot it from downtown. I was about to compliment him. He just passed it back to the woman who passed it to him. Like, she just passed it to him. Why do this? Getting one job in Final Fantasy III is trivial. The thing is, in order to gain job points, to level up your jobs, your character has to do something in battle. Has to do some kind of action. So the slower the job is, the more difficult it is to level them up. So yeah, that's why like defending with 3 people works. Ooh, nap pass for good old Zev. That's a lot of defenders. I think we still do it. We got the dodges. We got the jukes. Can I get 3 defenders here? No, I guess not. Yeah, this is our last game for the night. Last blitzball for the night. Nimruk too strong. Kind of want to get 3 defenders on Titus so I can jet shot. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Pretty gross, my friend. I don't know what the thing was at the end there. Was I controlling that, or was that doing it on its own? I have no idea. Yeah, we're not getting top scorer this time. Oh well. That's what happens when you gotta throw a game. Lose these pursuers here. This is Brutta's superpower. He's super fast. Nobody can catch him. He's too fast. Too fast. Okay, Zevronso's just back there doing his thing. It's fine. Tidus is back there swimming circles for no reason. Oh, it's an invisible shot as well? Oh my god. Yeah, it's a pretty ridiculous ability then. They hired Vixen back. Oh, I tied for best scorer. Nice. Drain Tackle 2. I guess we'll just load up Tidus first. Oh, Blappa, you're coming with me, friend. You too, Zev. Alright, that's going to be enough blitzball for one night. So, let us quit out of this. And go back to here. Let's put this back where it belongs. Something like that. Get it centered properly. There we go. Right about there is fine. Alright, let's see what all the cool stuff we got. So they told me they got a second friendship. Three friendships? Okay. That's very lucky. I wonder if the chance to get those is just higher than the other items, if it's not quite as rare. Okay, cool. Found quite a few jet engines. We got a ribbon. Beautiful. That's really, really good. We got a status guard. We got 2 status guards. Those are also really, really good. I think that's all the status guards we need. We just need... Because I think we already know status J2 on... Yeah, you have it. Oh no, maybe 2 people will need it. Yeah, I guess 2 people will need it. And a hungry cook pot. Nice. That's a good take for tonight, man. A ribbon, 2 status guards, a hungry cook pot, and a bunch of other... whatever else we got. I can't really tell what else we might have gotten. We could, like, manually put all the good stuff at the end so we could keep track of everything over the course of many nights. Got a nice little cache of energy crystals there. So I need 3 more Mog's amulets and 3 more ribbons before we can be done with this nonsense. Excellent. Well, we're up to 66 hours played in this game now. So we did 5 more hours of Angelo searching. Guys, this is going to do it for me. Thank you very, very much for hanging out with me tonight. I'm not sure if I'm going to stream tomorrow or not. I won't know until tomorrow. If I do, it'll be pretty much the same as stuff as you just saw. If I don't, well, try not to cry too hard. Peace out.